So oddly similar to another case that we covered, this Hampung Mall collapse. It's a department store in South Korea that collapsed in the middle of the day with close to 1,500 shoppers and staff all getting trapped. Ultimately, 502 people died in the collapse. The mall's outside exterior was painted the exact same baby pink color. You are freaking kidding me. And now there's this temple in the middle of nowhere. And what were the names outside? Yoon Seok-yeol and Kim Kun-hee. Why are the names of the South Korean president and the first lady outside this temple? And is it just a coincidence that they live in the apartment building built on top of this Hampung department store collapse? This is the current ongoing case of the newly impeached South Korean president and the first lady. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. They are volunteer-based and provide free medical care and humanitarian aid to thousands of children. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank our listeners for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Disclaimer, this case has super brief mentions of animal abuse. There is discussion surrounding shamanism, and I just want to be clear, I 100% support freedom of religion, spirituality, beliefs, and any support comments or criticisms are not ours. And also, I do think even with more widely accepted mainstream religions, there's always limits to it. I think freedom of religion and spirituality is great until you're harming other people. This is also not an analysis or think piece regarding Korean or even US politics. We're just merely covering the current events that have shaken South Korea recently and reporting on what's been happening because everybody has been requesting it. Oh, and another thing, I do think that the title of president is one that should be earned through trust by the people. Many times in this episode, I'm going to be referring to people by their highest political titles, not because I think they're necessarily deserving of that respect, but just to highlight how corrupt some of these people are. Because how can you be in the highest office and commit these types of crimes? So with that being said, let's get started. Why would someone suddenly start using Wow. 75 times more water in their house. Are you taking 75 times more showers? This is what South Korean citizens are debating all week long. According to Seoul City's Seoul Water 2023 data, the average weekly water usage for a two-person household is about 3 tons of water, so like 804 gallons of water. But for the past 7 days, a full week after impeached President Yoon and First Lady Kim are dismissed from the presidential residence in South Korea, they use over 75 times the average consumption of water. 75 times.
In their blue house?
They don't live in the blue house. They live in a different residential palace.
Oh. So you're saying that after they were impeached,
Yes.
their water, like, usage became 75 times more
than the average two-person household. So now there's debates because this information is released to the citizens. Is it very clear that they have 75 times their water usage, or maybe they're just water wasters from the day that they took office? It's unclear, but the fact that these reports were released have citizens in a freaking chokehold. I mean, instead of 804 gallons, they use 60,193 gallons of water in a week. What the hell do you need that much water for? You would quite literally need to have 15 faucets running at once for over 24 hours to use that amount of water. Netizens start speculating, what the hell? What are they using it for? And the main speculation is drugs. Why else do you need that much water? Think about it. Unless you're watering down and flushing drugs down the drain. Videos start going viral with borderline conspiracy theories that tie the president and his wife to one of the biggest drug smuggling operations in South Korea, to which other netizens are arguing, no, I mean, yeah, he was impeached. However, do you think that really only they live there? I'm sure security guards, staff, probably more than 100 people live in that house. Of course, the amount of water is going to be used. Others disagree, stating, no, they wouldn't release this information if it didn't mean something. Another comments, to me, I think it's either going to be drugs or animal sacrifices, which is kind of random. But they talk about bloodletting. It's when you have to make an animal bleed out, and that's how they die. And that's typically reserved for really dark, frowned upon shamanistic practices. So does this come out of nowhere? Why do so many citizens just assume the president and the first lady are either cartel level drug dealers or doing animal sacrifices in the presidential residence? Do you know how to predict the president?
No.
Okay, so forget about the policies. Sometimes it's rather simple. They say it's height. Since the 1900s, the taller of the two candidates has almost frequently won presidential elections, to the point where researchers think that we must have some sort of unconscious bias. The taller one must be better in our eyes. The US has not elected a president that was below the average national height for the past 120 years. You're just telling me there's not a good short politician? Maybe, maybe not. But what if it's more niche than that? We can't be that easy to control. That's crazy. Some say it's body language and speech cadence. Former President Barack Obama, for one, when he's talking, he probably has the best usage of hand gestures. He will literally point using his thumb and index finger to point out the point that he's making. He's quite literally making a point. When he talks about time spans or spectrums, he will do wave-like hand motions. It signals to the audience subconsciously that his nonverbal communication and his verbal communication is perfectly in sync, which makes him perceived as more trustworthy. It's that, it's height. Sometimes they study the pitch of the voice, with voters generally preferring lower pitched voices, deeper voices. People have even spent their whole careers studying rhythms of politicians' speeches and cadence. There are people that will go word for word, and they also study word usage. Each president's presidential feel is going to be a unique blend of a ton of different elements. I mean, should this be why they're voted in? No, but it just seems like something people study because why is it happening? Like the fact that apparently voters like the words heart, hand, journey, dream, rather than more conceptual words like commitment, help, endeavor, idea. Side note, I do want to mention charisma does not mean someone is likable or charming. It just means that they have a personal ability to arouse loyalty or enthusiasm out of others. It doesn't mean they're a good person or that they're so likable. People can be very divisive and charismatic, like cult leaders. And speeches are where people can easily compare these candidates. With JFK being considered one of the greatest orators of all time, he's probably known as the quintessential charismatic president. Ronald Reagan, his speeches are heavily studied. His cadence is known as campfire storytelling. The way he talks, it sounds like he's at a campfire. Bill Clinton, his speeches are always more conversational. Studies show that the audience always felt like he was talking one-on-one with them during a presidential race. He's the type that looks very at ease talking to leaders, but also just random retail workers at the diner. They say his cadence style is Southern porch talk. It's likely that he practiced this, there are speculations, when he says America. Sometimes it comes off more like America versus America to sound more folksy. And of course, Barack Obama analysis state that he was never as comfortable as like Bill Clinton with crowd work. That's what they call it. So they
Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Speaking?
Yeah. Do you call taxes?
Yes.
Yes. Are you available today?
Um, what time do you want to come?
What time are you available? Where are you based?
I'm in Shepherd and Weston.
Okay. And what time will you be available?
Maybe 2?
2 o'clock afternoon?
Yeah.
Okay. And how much do you charge?
$30 per person.
Okay.
Oh,
Can you say address?
Okay, I will text you the address.
okay. Xin chào các bạn đã quay trở lại với kỳ án có thật. Có phải là bạn đã từng nghĩ là những tên tội phạm nguy hiểm nhất thì sẽ luôn sợ? So they say after the speeches, when you see Obama working the crowd, he's nowhere near as charismatic as Clinton, but his speeches usually are better perceived. His body language during it, his voice, he never loses his cool composure. That comes off very passionate, compassionate, but also in control. They say his cadence almost has this jazz-like quality to it. So a lot of people speculate the reason why Americans hate politics so much right now, amongst obviously every other major reason why we hate it, but it might be that there are just really no good candidates with great charisma, is what some studies are saying. We've kind of walked away from that. Presidential speechwriters, they will even work on making sure someone comes off charismatic. They will write pauses into each president's speech. Usually the rule being, do not pause longer than 3 seconds or else you risk losing the audience. And some presidents, they like to mix up the rhythm. So there's like 3 different types of rhythms you could go with. So for example, the words, it's time to heal, pause, to build. But there's also, it's time to heal, pause, it's time to build. Wings, he's ultra conservative, super conservative. He gets voted in, and the opposition party, I guess the Democrats, if you will, they have control over the National Assembly, so they're not letting any of his bills pass. But now he's accusing them of being North Korean spies, North Korean intelligence, North Korean operatives that are preventing him, and they just want to destroy South Korea from the inside. He says to protect the safety of the people, the following is hereby declared throughout the Republic of Korea as of 11 p.m. on December 3rd, 2024. Martial law is declared. All political activities, including the National Assembly, are prohibited. He's saying no lawmakers can come together. 2, all acts that deny or attempt to overthrow the system are prohibited. Fake news, public opinion manipulation, prohibited. 3, all media and publications are subject to the control of the martial law command, basically censorship. 4, strikes, work stoppages, rallies, prohibited. All medical personnel, doctors who are on strike or have left their medical job, must return to their jobs within 48 hours. Those who violate will be punished according to the martial law. He's saying anyone who doesn't follow this will be arrested, detained, searched without a warrant, interrogated, and God knows what. He says, as president, I sincerely appeal to you. I will dedicate my life to protecting the free Republic of Korea. Please believe in my heartfelt loyalty to you, the people. Please trust in me. Thank you. And with that, all hell breaks loose. I mean, technically, anybody could get a death sentence, could disappear, all in the name and excuse of protecting the country. With one researcher stating, I mean, no matter who you voted for, it doesn't matter your political affiliation. Martial law in this day and age in South Korea is nonsense. I mean, you even have to wonder, was this President Yoon's entire plan all along get voted in so that he can take complete control? I mean, President Yoon is pretty divisive president. He wins the election by just 0.8%. That's not even a full percentage. He isn't even particularly popular, but the people who love him will die for him. But I guess here we are, right? He is known as a career prosecutor who is known to play by the books. When you ever meet those people, you like play a game of Monopoly with them. I mean, you're just learning how to play. You make a mistake and they're like, no, the rules are the rules. It's like too serious. That was the initial public perception that people had until you find out that he failed the bar exam 9 times. And he's just not that bright, you know? But a lot of people who are already very right-leaning, ultra-conservative, they love the fact that he was not a career politician. This is his first political role other than being a prosecutor. Like, this is his first public office held. Even though generally speaking upon, it's kind of frowned upon in Korea for former prosecutors to run for higher office because prosecutors are supposed to be politically neutral. And so if you run, you have to go with a party, and then, you're mixing in with a bunch of other people that could try to bribe you later. A lot of people were not happy about this election, but they kind of soothed themselves with the idea of, well, he's kind of a lame duck, isn't he? I mean, the Democrats, they've got the National Assembly majority, so, like, what is he going to do? He's not going to be able to do anything. He's just going to sit there pretty, and that's it. But he does some very ominous things. One of the biggest things during his campaign trail, October 1st, 2021, presidential candidate Yoon goes viral. On his left hand, first of all, it's a very pricey looking watch, yes, but also there is a word written on his palm. So he's talking, he's doing a debate, and it's almost like someone drew with a Sharpie one symbol. It's the Chinese symbol for king. Why the hell would you write king on your palm? You're not writing strength, courage, good luck, president, servant, for the people.
Is it?
It's hanja, so it's traditional Korean, yes. But a lot of, like, I guess Western sources call it the Chinese symbol for king, but it's Korean hanja.
Sure.
Yeah, so they use the hanja, and it's king. Why the hell does someone write king on their palm while running for president? Learning about investing when I was freshly 18, 19 years old was one of the best financial decisions that I've ever made. Investing isn't just Wall Street and rich clients. Everyone can invest, and it is the best time to learn because April is Financial Literacy Month. That's right. So they've made this whole month reminding you to finally take control of your money. And good news is you don't need 30 days. Acorns makes it easy to start saving and investing for your future in just 5 minutes. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that matches you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you get started with the spare money you've got right now, even if all you've got is spare change. Sign up now and join the over 14 million all-time customers who have already saved and invested over $25 billion with Acorns. Head to acorns.com/rotten or download the Acorns app to get started. Paid client endorsement compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 4 compensation provided. Investing involves risks. Acorn Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/rotten. A reporter that same year goes to meet with the future First Lady, Kim, at her office. There's this massive meeting table. It's very large. It's a conference table length, and she ushers this reporter in, seats him at the head seat, man of the house seat. And to his right, there's 2 men. To his left, there's 2 women. And this is probably the most fascinating conversation that he's ever been involved in. They are acting like he is God who is walking down back on earth. They're treating him like the king right now.
We're treating who?
This reporter.
Oh.
And it's making him feel good about himself. Meanwhile, all he has ever done is write shit pieces against the future First Lady and her husband, presidential candidate Yoon. Meanwhile, future First Lady Kim, she's just laying on a daybed in the office, right next to him. She's just laying there on her side, like a beautiful French lady. That type of energy.
Wait, hold on. Kim
Yes.
is the first lady, right? But this is prior to the
Yes.
and she invited a reporter that hates her. And then, like, she's laying next to him.
And this is the very first meeting, and her whole team is treating him like he's the world's best reporter that has ever existed. And he's so confused, but also it's kind of working. He feels good. I mean, you would think that these 2 have been best friends since high school and they're just seeing each other again. That's the level of casualness in which First Lady Kim is directing herself. This is their first meeting. She's laying on her side, she's giggling, getting up, pouring in more alcohol. He says, after drinking, my face got a bit red and I put my hand on the table and she suddenly yanks it towards her body. So she's pulling his hand. Naturally, his body is going towards her. And she announces to the staff, hey guys, I'm gonna read his palms. See if I'm right or not. She's studying the lines on his palm. This oppa is gonna do really well in the future. He's a married man, but he has a woman on the side. Reportedly is like yanking his hand out because what do you mean? Where would I even have a woman on this? I don't even have time to meet women. He says, behind me, I could hear the other 2 female employees chuckling, giggling, and then they start reading out his palm, and First Lady Kim states he's really good at night activities. And all the girls start giggling and tapping him on the shoulder. Night activities, as in intimate relations. Reportedly says he feels so uncomfortable he just wants to leave. He finally comes up with an excuse. Kim follows him out, shoves an envelope in his pocket for the taxi ride home. When he opens it up in the taxi, it's 21 $50 bills. It's the 50,000 won bill. In Korea, it's the highest bill. I guess if you do the conversion to USD, it's like $721. This. Wait, I mean, was he taxing to America? But why does he need $724? Even if she was paying him for his time, he was only there for 30 minutes. He thought, well, maybe this is nothing to her. Maybe she's that rich. I'm just so confused. Also, 21 bills feels very specific. October 29th, 2022, another case that we covered. At a Halloween celebration in Itaewon, Seoul, 159 people died in a crowd crush incident in a small alleyway. We did an episode on it, probably one of the worst tragedies in modern South Korean history. But the new conspiracies have popped up. Honestly, this is very controversial and incredibly traumatizing, but a lot of netizens feel like there might be some truth to it because of how crazy everybody's been acting. With the sentiment and conspiracy being, if President Yoon didn't wish for a tragedy like this to happen, maybe he's using it after the fact to gain energy and strength through dark shamanistic practices. October 28th, the day before the Itaewon crush incident, a man named Chun Kong, a shaman, goes online to make a video. Do our young people have anything to do now? No. What do they do when they have nothing to do? Youth is a time when energy is burning. When energy is burning and there's nothing to do, if you're not given anything to do, what happens? They go around doing all sorts of things. So they go dancing. And since young people gather there, they go there. If young people are drinking there, I drink too. If they do drugs, I do them too. An enormous amount of drugs are coming into Korea now. So I'm designing all that. And now what the government needs to do is crack down on all the incoming drug dealers before this gets bigger, before the organization gets bigger. And he goes on and on. But like any war, the war on drugs usually needs a catalyst for the government to crack down. This is one day before the Itaewon tragedy. The next day after the Itaewon incident, Chun-gong tells his followers that, quote, the young people who were sacrificed in the Itaewon tragedy gave our country an opportunity.
That is crazy to say.
Those good opportunities will keep coming. Even if our children sacrifice themselves, they need to sacrifice themselves with this kind of mass numbers for the world to feel it. This is being arranged now. We must make our children's sacrifices worthwhile. We need to use this opportunity well and do something that shines in the world. It is believed that this specific shaman believes that death and the time of death and people dying could be an energy ritual. It's not just that people are dead, because what could you possibly get out of that? He is saying that the energy, the mass grief that everybody feels, it's something that you can manipulate and turn into fortune for one party or another. And what does this random shaman have to do with President Yoon? It is alleged that this is the First Lady Kim and President Yoon's shaman of choice. Which again, insane, right? But people start noticing strange things, such as the fact that the president and the government forbid the victims' families from hanging portraits of the victims at the National Memorial. Their names were forbidden to show up anywhere at the official memorial. A lot of people hated the official memorial for how cold it felt. However, for multiple days straight, President Yoon, the president of South Korea, came every single day to leave chrysanthemums. To which some people were thinking, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Is he like feasting off this energy or something? He won't let the families have a proper memorial, but he comes every day. For what?
Yeah, what's his reason for not allowing photos and
He said it was too quick to organize with every victim's family if they consented to photos, if they consented to names. But most of the families were like, no, we want that. And then 9 days after the Itaewon incident, President Yoon moves into the presidential residence away from the Blue House. He does not move into the Blue House, which is like the White House of South Korea. He moves into the Defense Ministry building.
So he went from Blue House to there.
No, he goes from his personal apartment that is built on top of Sampung Mall collapse to this Defense Ministry building. He does not want to move to the Blue House.
Like unprompted.
This was one of the first things that he does as president. He said that he was going to spend $30 to $40 million of taxpayer money to live in the Defense Ministry compound. He claims that him not moving into the Blue House is him rejecting the traditional presidential residence because it's symbolic of imperial power. He said he wants to feel connected with the people. Nobody believes that. They think it's shamanism. And it's very interesting because people say, wait, I feel like the Defense Ministry building has way darker history. That area was Japan's military headquarters during the colonial period. Before that, a lot of kings would bury their concubines in that region. So there's history in that area. There's even rumors that there's a massive gravesite under the Ministry of National Defense office. Why would you want to move there over the plush, beautiful Blue House, the palace? A lot of people say President Yoon and First Lady Kim believe the entire Blue Palace has bad feng shui. Now, to be fair, feng shui can be, at times, perspective. Some people say the location of the Blue House is pretty good. There's mountains up north, there's a river in the south, all finished off with this stone monument that claims this is the most blessed place on earth. But I will say nobody really believes it because every single president that's been in there, I mean, the best fate that you can get after serving as president of South Korea is to be wealthy and normal. Not dead, not investigated for corruption, not impeached, and not in prison. Those are usually more popular options. Geographically, there's a lot about the new presidential residence that the Blue House doesn't have, like typical good feng shui. So they moved 7 days after the Itaewon tragedy with a $5,000 cat tower that they bought using taxpayer money. They bought this cat tower that cats climb on top of. It was $5,000. They buy this full new bathtub, high quality Hinoki cypress starting at $17,000. I mean, there's a lot of like, what is happening right now?
Like they're furnishing this new building.
Yes. Yes. But like, how do they even know that the new presidential residence is luckier than the Blue House? There's a strong connection between the First Lady Kim and the number 5. It said that her phone number has a lot of 5s. Her car license plate has a lot of 5s. It is believed that in shamanism, the number 5 symbolizes balance and harmony. It's supposed to represent the 5 elements, the 5 directions, and the 5 colors. It's good to keep the natural and spiritual forces in order because of the protection it provides, and it's going to bring good fortune. 5 gods, 5 elements. It's believed that she also subscribes to the idea of the big flow of energy. Like, you know how there's wind patterns? Bad luck, negative energy cycles also flow in certain directions. Positive, good energy flows also flows in certain directions. They have expressions like a virtuous cycle or a vicious cycle. And to receive the highest level of luck, the First Lady and her alleged shaman allegedly map out Seoul. So they start with their original home being the southern point because this is where they became president. Then they draw a line. So this is Acro Vista apartment complex.
How do we know these? Or
A lot of shaman experts came out and said these are the people that she's associating with, allegedly, and these are like the types of things that they do. So they start with Acro Vista, the original residence, their personal residence, private residence. Then they draw a line straight to what they call the central line of the earth, which lands at Itaewon Station. Directly north of that is the Blue Palace. And then that's one straight line, up, down, right? Then if they start at Itaewon, the middle point in the center, the central line, then they go directly left to the west, you run into the presidential office. Then you go from Itaewon Station directly right into the Defense Ministry building, the new presidential residence. They believe the flow of energy is going to come positively towards them. It brings out a cross. So prior to the presidency, years ago in South Korea, in Gangnam, there was this massive pink building, the mall, Samsung department store that collapsed and killed 500 people. If you've been to Korea, you've probably driven by that site. It's quite literally smack dab in the middle of Gangnam. Now, instead of a memorial, there's 3 massive buildings. Acro Vista Complex, high-end residential homes, 37 stories tall each. When you drive past it, I mean, they're just sitting neatly on the street. The building structures themselves look more like hotels than your typical Korean apartment building. It's very expensive. In between each building, you've got park-like green areas and trees. There's a separate facility called Acro Vista Arcade where you can just walk out of your apartment, go find banks, restaurants, markets, cafes, pharmacies, convenience stores. There's been debates, so many debates. Is this building haunted or not? Some people would say it's the safest building in the entire country. What are the odds that 2 buildings at the same place collapse? This building will probably be the last building in the world to collapse. Other people say this is the worst building to be in because you don't know. I mean, let's say if you believe in spirituality and your soul, you're going to build a home on top of all of these souls whose lives were taken abruptly because of government corruption, because they didn't have the right regulations for this mall. But some shamans believe this is the best energy you can have. When souls are trapped in an area, they give off a lot of energy. And if they are to move to the afterlife, you can send things with them. You can send your misfortune. You can send your pain away with them. Some citizens think that's crazy. Maybe they just moved in there because it's a nice apartment complex. I will say a lot of people felt that way until some random things start overlapping. President Yoon announces his candidacy to run for president on June 29th, 2021, on the exact anniversary of the Samsung department's.
Wild.
And where he makes the announcement is called the Citizen Forest, where they were originally planning to have the Samsung department store collapse memorial.
That's crazy.
And then you've got the pink temple that they built in the mountains, allegedly.
Wait, so that temple, what's going on?
It's still there.
Wait, who's the lady you're saying?
That's Park Geun-hye's mom. First Lady Kim's mother is released from prison and she goes there. And then on the little lanterns, you've got President Yoon's name. You've got Kim Geun-hye, First Lady Kim's name.
So she left. She was released from prison like recently,
Yes.
and she goes straight for that.
Yeah.
And then do some kind of
Yes.
rituals, right? And that space is still there. Maybe knows exactly what's going on. It's just a big block
Yeah.
in the mountains.
Yeah. I mean, some people think there's just no way he doesn't know what day it is, considering he lives in the apartment building built on top of the collapse. But others see it as, well, maybe it's just an unfortunate coincidental overlap. How do we know? But other people say there have been so many strange things. The king written on his hand, even admittedly in one secretly recorded phone call with a reporter. First Lady Kim is heard saying, I can see better than most clairvoyants. There's a rumor that's somewhat incorrect. I don't go to shamans to have my fortune told. I can read shamans better than they can. I study the 4 pillars of destiny so that I know my own fate. The 4 pillars of destiny is a bit different from shamanism. It's kind of like reading your birth chart. It's analyzing a person's fate, life path based on their birth year, birth month, birth date, and birth hour. It's pretty common. It's like finding the cosmic energy at the time that you were born and the idea that you cannot escape your destiny. Nobody can, so you might as well lean into it. Which, okay, fine, but it does get weirder. It is alleged that Kim Geun-hye kept Jugo straw dolls, which are kind of reminiscent of like Western voodoo dolls, and they would have their opponents' names on there, allegedly, and they would stick daggers into the straw dolls. Apparently, First Lady Kim would hold these ritual ceremonies where she would place a Jugo straw doll representing someone that she hates, put them in a giant bucket of ice, and when the ice melts, the doll is slowly getting submerged until they slowly drown in this now melted ice bucket of water and then sink to the very bottom.
And where did that? So just an allegation, just a rumor.
Yes, sources of people who knew her prior to her running, or her husband running for president. It is believed that she partakes in rituals where you hold funerals for living people as a way of cursing them. And who knows? I mean, I guess if any of this is true, they could argue that it worked because now they are president and they're moving into this new residence, not the Blue House, that appears to be walking distance, 7-minute walking distance, 0.4 miles away from a man named Chan. During President Yoon's run for presidency, he's asked about whether or not he knows of Tugboat personally, the shaman. By the way, the shaman has some crazy hair. He's got lace-like hair that's all white. He looks like a shifu from a Chinese drama. Yeah. And then you just like imagine him texting on a bus. And it's just the vision is not there anymore. But to which he says, the president says, I love it a few times. Is my wife. And John Gong has a completely different statement. He states, the first lady has been listening to my lectures for 5 years now. She's listening to on YouTube, like she studies my lectures. She liked it so much that she just kept listening 30 minutes. It's a very interesting character.
You're such a straight up Korean president.
That's why.
Shamanism.
Yes. Okay, so I think shamanism is pretty widely accepted in South Korea. I think most of shaman, nobody really bats an eye. If you're doing some weird animal sacrifices rituals, yeah, people want you arrested. However, if you're like, hey, shaman, come into this new apartment and like tinker chatter around and make it that I can make more money in here, people will do it. People will like it. Or shaman, can you help my kid get into college? It's whatever. I think it's like therapy. You're using your soul. You feel like you put it up to the air now. But this, people, Korean citizens might consult a shaman or two if they want to. They absolutely have a good idea of politicians being associated with shamans. Yet the previous one that was very electrically exposed to the shaman that might have been controlling a lot of nations' decisions for the president is actually the president of this however very doesn't start. She started testing for corruption.
Times.
Yes. Yeah. Now, I will say Tugboat does have a hard life. He was an orphan for 33 years and then he went to the mountains and grew sun. I don't know how true any of this is, but he states for the next 17 years, he was just absorbing energy and cosmic law from the mountains. In his YouTube video, he states, fundamentally, as we come from space to this earth, we are living with 30% of our original energy. You know, what we call our soul, the soul is me, the soul is us, not the physical body. The soul resides within the physical body. This soul contains how much of your original energy? It is 30%. It's like meaning a word count. Then where is the remaining 70%? It resides in nature itself, in space, in our original homeland. I think we're all aliens. I don't know. That's our true homeland, he says. This place is not our true home. We have come to a distorted place. Okay, that word. Why? Due to impurity. Why do humans live and work hard? I don't know either, sir. I thought you were supposed to tell us. In another oddly pessimistic video, he says, death doesn't exist at all. There is no death. Even if there is a word to describe it, death doesn't exist at all. Grand nature operates everything as energy. Do you die when you let go of your body after you've finished using it? No, you don't. Your flesh will return to grand nature as energy through microbial activity. The soul exists forever, and all the energy in the universe is eternally transformed as necessary to work in different environments.
He sounds like a leader.
Yes. Also, in another one, he says obesity stems from having complaints. Unsatisfied people become obese. When you meet high quality people, you will naturally eat high quality food. Thus, you should put some effort into developing yourself in the right way. If your health issues are not resolved in the hospital, that implies that you have character flaws. Your energy is circulating. If your energy is circulating well, your appearance improves. Higher quality people then become attracted to you. And as more people come to you, you receive their high quality energy and then develop even high quality energy. And likewise, when people stay away from you, you feel lonely. Your appearance declines. You lack energy. You get obese. The people around you leave, so you shrink. You know, just like the old ladies with their rounded shoulders who are so small. Even their acquaintances start getting shorter and rounder shoulders. And then you got everyone becoming like this.
Okay.
But he also says, you can't make good friends by wanting to be friends. You can move the upper hand of the relationship. It's the law of accidents. If you don't reflect on yourself and learn a lesson from the small accident and continue to just live like before, then you'll have a bigger one. Why? Pain never comes if you live correctly. It only comes when you live wrongly. Accidents and illnesses operate like hospitals and prisons to restrain people. You're confined. You're confined and forced to reflect on yourself. It is there to guide you to think deeply without moving around. I mean, I think
Is he like famous? Or like somewhat famous?
Somewhat famous, but not much.
Why are people connecting it to the president? Like,
because they've been seen around together in years. Yeah.
oh, okay.
They're very well connected, and he said some pretty inflammatory things. The Itaewon tragedy being the sacrifice for the greater good of the country being one. Additionally, he believes that North and South Korea will unite. He believes in unification of the two countries. He says, I have proclaimed that the Korean Peninsula will be reunited in the fall of 2025. He's saying South and North Korea are going to be one country. He says Korea is the root of mankind, but the Korean Peninsula is divided and the root is not playing its role. The conditions for reunification are now the best that they have ever been. The people of North Korea are brothers. Are in a very difficult situation. We have to take care of them so they do not have to suffer. We must leave something for humanity when Korea is reunified. The time has come for us to unify and do good work for the sake of human peace. He also says things like, you feed a hungry person, right? You go on the street, you feed a hungry person, and you think to yourself, I've done a good deed. But the society we are living in now no longer suffers from inadequate food supply. Those who lack food are lazy. They think they are smarter than they really are. They pick and choose their work. They are ungrateful for the work they are given. What happens if you give that kind of food? You have done a very bad deed and you will be punished. You should be punished for that. God put this person in that difficult situation because they're complaining about the work that is given to them and they're trying to avoid it. And now you have raised someone who deserves to be punished. So you will be punished.
That's why.
If he's this all-powerful knowing shaman that President Yoon and First Lady Kim believe in, how are they the most hated couple in the office in the first 100 days? At a presidential debate, a lot of sensitive topics tend to come up. But during this presidential debate, with President Yoon being involved, he gets grilled about something very specific. Acupuncture. Have you done it or not? Apparently, an acupuncturist has been closely tied with President Yoon. During the campaign trail, he's just been lurking very close to President Yoon. Clearly, this guy has security, so you can't just lurk around. It's clear that he's part of the inner circle in some capacity. So if you're wondering about what acupuncture is, wonder no more. You stick needles inside the blood. Inside for 30 minutes at a time while you lay there and you just feel the electric current radiating to that region. You might have some uncontrollable twitching there, but that's what you signed up for. The specific acupuncturist filed a patent in 2013 for anal acupuncture, stating that it treats neurological paralysis and prevents and treats strokes as well as dementia. Yeah. It's also believed that anal acupuncture is somehow taboo. The dark shock. which both President Yoon and First Lady Kim deny. But all citizens say, we saw what you did to that cow in a small region up north of this temple. In a small region up north, President Yoon's name is there hanging off a banner. And
अभी बैठे रहना कहीं पे। करीम भाई तो फोन नहीं उठा रहा है।
So in 2023, you have only one people from the school.
At the end of this, how much will be going to pay you?
Because each year is $30.
Each year is $30. So it's 120 or
No, 120. But I already gonna apply for you the credit. It's for your job for the credit application, the benefit,
okay.
because we submit another form.
So do you know have any estimate how much are we supposed to receive?
You got your return, your tax return, 2023, you will get the money back, like almost $200.
Okay.
And your tax credit will start in July. We got around $100 each month. And then you have the carbon benefit.
Okay.
So total up to 2,000.
Up to $2,000. How many years have you been doing this?
Maybe 15
15 years? Hmm? 02. It's T20 to 02, right? The form.
20 to 202.
2.
Usually they submit one they send to you and one they send to the government. So
Okay.
for the tax. So whenever you have access to your tax account online,
Yes.
you can see.
And what about rent? I was from September, I was paying 650.
What do they give you receipt?
No, but I have given them like e-transfer.
Yeah, but if they don't give you, do they say that you can claim?
Because like, because of
If
that,
you claim, you get $30 a month.
$30 a month for like,
for the whole year that you went with them.
so September से लेके कब तक थे मार्टिन ब्राउन के तक के? December तक. हाँ. Because even in after in December, both of us we were living together, but we paid $1,000 for the same room, for the same place. And
They receive each other.
yeah, only first month and second month was cash. Rest of it was e-transfer.
Mm.
And I want to claim taxes on that. Let them like they were not very good to us, so like let them suffer for not paying.
It's okay because when even they don't give you receipts, but you already have proof, and
Yeah.
you can,
I
you
do.
can claim.
Okay, from September to November, December,
January,
February. Yeah. Up
no,
till
in 2023, you don't claim. But 2024,
so 2023,
where did you live 2020?
same place.
Same place.
From 2023 September
Uh-huh.
to 2024 January, no? February, yeah.
But because the government only counts the one in 2023. So
Okay.
it's September
To December,
So how much is that?
650 per month. 600 per month, 600.
600. 600 for 4 months.
Hmm.
So can you give me the address?
Yeah,
977 Premier.
977 Premier Road. P1P 2H9.
Is it on your tab? Okay. Okay.
No.
977 Premier Road.
Yeah,
North Bay. Yeah. What the name of the person you?
Marty Brown.
Spell it.
Marty Brown.
BROWN.
OWN.
So 977 Premier Road. P1, P2, 4 months, 2,400.
And from December to February, we paid him $1,000 per month. And from February से मई तक ना उसका भी दे देते सत्या का उसके बाद काल का. What about if we did work towards?
Is it the North Bay?
Yeah, it is in North Bay,
It's in the north and
Northern Ontario.
yeah, so it have more benefits. They give you back more, so I'm not sure how much it is. 2,400.
What if we worked for like we work towards paying our rent?
What?
So we worked in summer where we did painting towards paying our rent.
Yeah. What does it mean?
So I do work for you against whatever rent you are taking from me. Instead of directly paying you, you get paid for the work that I have done. Can we claim that?
No, because if so, you have to claim your income, and then you have to claim the
Okay.
difference. You have to add that into your income.
Okay. And नहीं कर सकते. It's a cash income, so we cannot do it, right?
Hmm?
It's basically cash income, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And what about Uber? How much should I earn so that I don't have to pay taxes?
Because you have to keep all your receipts, your gas, your car maintenance, your car payment,
Oh,
and then it will claim towards your income, reduce your income.
but what if you don't have receipt for your gas?
You don't fill up off. Electric,
No, I do fill up, but I haven't kept any of the receipts.
so from now on you should keep
Okay.
you keep everything, you keep your
Any expense
yeah.
basically.
You can claim this with
What about lunch or dinner? है ना? सबका
every
receipt.
every receipt that you eat from Uber and then
Install authenticator and reset password. कार्ड बंद हो गया. मेरे पास नंबर ही नहीं. क्या? वो स्टार दबाया कंपाउंड वो दूसरा. मेरा फोन चालू नहीं हो रहा. अभी चीजें पड़ सकते हैं. नहीं लगी ना मेरे पास. उनके 41 मिनट. इसने क्या मैसेज किया था तो They will not send it to you. You'll have to access your web address. You'll have to log in and download it. Install authenticator and reset password ऐसा बोल रही है उसको बोल मेल कर वो बोल रही है तुम हमें मेल करवा था ये देख Peter cleaned the tub and charged me for $50. मैं क्या कर वो कुछ भी तेरे बाल है बाल दिखा करके बोलते हैं मेल कर भाई बोल रही है ना तेरे सीआरए अकाउंट से निकल जाएगा तो क्यों टेंशन सीआरए को ये लोग सबमिट करते हैं तेरे सारे फॉर्म ठीक है तेरे सारे फॉर्म जो सीआरए को सबमिट किए हैं सीआरए के ऊपर पहले से ही होंगे तो अगर निकी ने तेरा टैक्स नहीं भरा है निकी ने अगर तेरे से टैक्स लिया है उसे सीआरए में सबमिट नहीं किया है तो निकी की जिम्मेदारी है तेरी जिम्मेदारी है उसने तो तेरे साथ फ्रॉड किया ना So what if one of our employees, like they have taken tax from our payroll, but they haven't uploaded any?
Because if they don't upload,
Yeah.
then you cannot file because later on they will like correct your tax.
No, but our like for example, I have the payroll. I'm directly.
But they give you check.
Yeah.
Check.
So what if she hasn't submitted any T4 on the?
Yeah, if you receive check, then you're okay.
Okay. You tension ले रही है खाली को basic. खेलना नहीं है बिल्कुल But
It's friendly.
yeah. तो क्या
Can you check your address? Your email address.
It's ADV text. I'll text it to you. I have. It's Chavi.
Do you bring your passport with you?
What? Yes.
You have to mail to the
Our passport.
scan codes.
Arre.
You have to bring
Whose passport do you want?
both.
कैसे फंसा कैसे दिया एकदम फंस गया ना फंस गया Very next. What next? What next? Okay, let's see what. बैठा नहीं 2000 डॉलर भी कम इतना डाला है इतना दिया है सरकार का तो थोड़ा तो वापस मांगना पड़ेगा ना
It's carbon type also included in this. Yeah, everything.
How does like what kind of refund do we get out of carbon tax?
Um,
How is that calculated? Not
usually
calculated,
is
but
single is 500 and couple is 800.
couple is 800. 800 per person or 800 for the couple?
Because they know you live in the same
Yeah.
area. Not like you couple and you have two rooms.
What do you do for the rest of the year?
Finance,
Finance? What kind?
mortgage, insurance,
Do you do vehicle insurance?
investment. Vehicle, yeah. You have a,
Yeah.
usually the contract is
1 year.
So if you cancel in the middle of the year,
I wanted for my motorcycle.
you have one? Yeah.
Yeah, motorcycle.
When did you buy it?
In 2024. August, September, May. October 1. May, June. Yeah, we bought it in June.
Oh. You don't have to get the license.
I have an M1 license, but I need insurance to register it on my name.
Yeah.
I haven't transferred the file because I don't have insurance.
Same with the car.
Yeah.
You have to have car insurance.
So is it possible to get any kind of insurance for the bike to translate so that I can transfer it to my name?
Motorbike, not electric.
Motorbike, yeah.
I think it's simple because it's you need to give the motorbike also have the VIN number.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just need the VIN number and your M1 license.
Because like no one is ready to give it on the M1 license.
Because it depends on the broker.
Okay.
Some broker they bring down.
So how much will it be? Sure.
I never see it. I can sell for you.
Okay, I'll do that. How does mortgage work over here? So is it banks or is it through brokers with?
Usually we always try to get to the bank, right? But
Yeah.
if you don't have a good record, then there's some private mortgage.
And what is the difference between private and bank?
Interest,
Like that's what I'm asking. What is it like difference between both of them?
maybe 3%, 2%. If the bank give you 5, the private they give 8, 7. But usually the contract is not long. You can just try for 2 years contract, and during that 2 years to apply for the bank.
Okay. You get the mortgage transferred from here to the bank.
That's how they work. But if you have a good credit with the bank already,
How do I build a good credit? I've already wasted out of my credit card.
that's why you have to pay off and then
I'm trying to do that, but how do I start to ensure that this does not affect me in the future if I'm trying to buy a house?
you as soon as possible you pay off your own credit card. Yes. Then if the credit go back up, right away.
Okay. How much time does it take for people to change from worse to good? Like if hypothetically I've paid off my credit card, I'm not using my credit card. I do not have any debt on my head. How much time would it take for it to go back to normal? Or is it something which will remain permanently there?
It remained for 7 years.
7 years?
Yeah. But if you already pay off, then the credit go back up.
Okay.
So before you was 500, now you come back to 700. But in order for you to become like the best, like from 700 to 750, take long time.
Okay.
But if you already pay off debt, it's go back to normal 680, 700.
Are you allowed to like buy houses on a share basis? Like basically timeshare? Like one house which is owned by 10 different individuals, is it allowed over here or this is banned? It is?
And that's why a lot of people they like for family members put money together. Not only in my country, in Vietnam, they don't allow.
Okay.
Only single or husband and wife.
Okay.
They don't allow even the mother or child. No. Like I want to put my mother name on it. No.
Not allowed? Why?
That's depend on the country. In my country, they don't allow. But here, it doesn't matter. It can be your friend, it can be your partner, it can be your cousin, it can be anybody.
What kind of government do you guys have in Vietnam? Is it communist?
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Good communist or bad communist?
I think all is bad. Because communist is just like a fancy name for dictatorship.
Okay.
They are dictators.
Because even we have communism in India. Like certain areas of India.
Yeah, they have communist party too.
In here, Canada? How is that allowed?
Yeah, it's here. But Canada is freedom.
But this part of the world fought in your country for so many days just to eradicate communism.
So here you can associate, you can create a party, whatever you want.
Okay.
But you don't harm people, then the government allow you. You
Oh.
can organize people say, "Oh, I'm communist, I'm communist." As long as you don't hurt anybody, they okay.
Because like right across the border, if you tell them you're communist, you'll have people wearing white hats following you. That's
Even the government they allow you to create a party.
okay.
But in order for you to read this and that, somebody will, okay, no, I don't want to.
What part of Vietnam are you from?
So,
South. What city? Saigon. Nice.
yeah,
I had a lot of friends from Ho Chi Minh. Getting from India.
they go
Yeah, they go to study over there, like
study what?
dental, dental and MBBS. It's
Because it's expensive in India.
Yeah. Around like if you do not get any government seats or anything like that, it's around 1 million CAD
Wow.
for your basic MBBS,
Um,
bachelor's.
um,
Masters is another 1 million.
um,
Super specialty is another.
the tuition over there is
Yeah.
too much for doctors.
But that's private.
That's private.
If you clear your entrance examination and you get into a good government seat, then you get paid to become a doctor, basically. But
Is the seat unlimited, right?
yeah,
How many a year?
for every person giving an exam, there is 1/10 seat.
Huh? One?
1/10, only 10% seat per person. So there are 2 million people giving the exam annually, and there's only around 20 or 30,000 seats.
2 million.
Yeah,
So it means 100,
yeah.
right? Yeah, 100.
And the exam is very tough. Like the questions is for master's level questions will be asked.
But if you fail, you go to private.
Yeah, you go to Vietnam.
But Vietnam, not many school they teach English because most of them they teach Vietnamese.
We don't visit doctors who have like completed their studies from Vietnam because we don't know what they have studied over there.
But I mean, I think only one university
Yeah.
in Vietnam, right?
Vietnam,
Teach
Ukraine, Philippines, and Mauritius. These
Ukraine.
yeah,
Oh.
and China, and China as well. These six countries are hub for Indian education. Yeah,
Especially in dentals and MBBS.
yeah. And if you go to China, you are doing either
MBBS.
MBBS means basic that you qualify as a doctor. It's a 5-year degree in India. It's a bachelor's degree.
But if you study private, is how much money in Canadian?
1 million Canadian dollar.
Really?
Yeah, more than that actually.
No, it's too much. That's why nobody takes it was USA only half million. USA.
But 500,000 is your tuition.
Yeah.
On top of that, you have to pay your living expense and
expenses.
everything else. So it goes back to like around 2 or 3 million for becoming a doctor.
Mm. 2 million?
Yeah, because you have to pay for your instruments, your robe, and everything is expensive.
It's like they take excess of donation towards if you do not pass.
But you know what? USA and Canada, they are so easy. If I teach a class between both of you will clear your MCAT examination. MCAT for it's the examination that you have to give for to become eligible to get admission into a medical school. MCAT, MCAT.
But if you teach, what do you?
I will teach the entire course. I can do that. I did my like I studied for a while for the doctor test and I gave up. I was like, I'm not going to do this. But it is so easy that anyone can clear over here. That's why your fees is like 2 million, $3 million.
MCAT is not medical information, right? It's just math or something.
It's basic science up to 12th grade and maths,
Mm.
but only geometry, not and trigonometry, but not calculus.
Mm.
In India, you also add calculus. Basically, in India, the exams, entrance examinations, they are on an engineering level. So the questions which are asked, they are taught in engineering schools.
Mm.
So many people like they pass out while giving out
But
the
to graduate any science, right?
graduate. No,
School,
directly from your school.
from school you take subjects like science, and
For your 11th and 12th grade, for your high school, you take science.
then
After that, you become eligible for this exam. So you don't have to do a bachelor's degree. You directly get into your medical school. Over here, you have to do your bachelor's degree.
Canada,
Canada and USA.
Yeah.
And Europe.
Only in
Our part, like in the South Asian part, you can directly get into medical school.
But they use the NCAT system over there.
But it is 100% more difficult, 1,000% more difficult than it. Because like you have cities where people send their kids just to finish their coaching for the entrance examination. All sorts. Many people end up committing suicide. Many people end up dying under pressure. Because you have, within
not in USA.
No, only in India. Because in India, from the end of your 10th grade to the middle of your 12th grade, you have to finish 30,000 questions just to get into a good answer. 30,000, you have to study to answer 30,000 questions by the within this 1.5 year period. 30,000 questions divided among 5 different subjects, 4 different subjects. So 7,500 questions you have to minimum do so that you can become eligible enough to be to like get into a private school. with a lesser fee. Same as with law and other things. Like that's why people in India they don't study. They're too afraid to study. They're like, I know I will fail. That's why I don't want to finish school. You will also find a lot of Indians over here who
They come here.
yeah, they may seem like they are graduate, but if you talk to them, you know that they left their hopes in education for past 3, 4 years before they even try to graduate.
It's only for grade 10 graduation in high school.
What?
It's for high school graduation. The MCAT.
Yeah, after you finish your high school.
But if you finish high school and you don't want to pass that, you take the
It's easy. SAT and MCAT, both of these examinations are extremely easy. So if you have a little bit of Asian blood, you can easily clear them. White people, they won't be able to do it. Because, see, you come from Vietnam, right? Even your studies were strict. There has to be a certain discipline where you're studying and your handwriting and everything. No one cares over here.
But if they study hard like here, there's good.
No one studies hard in Canada.
Good student.
Good student is a smart student. No one studies hard in Canada. You don't have to study hard over here.
Yeah.
If you want to become a good student, you have to retain more information. You have to be much more clever than rest of them. Over there, you have to study hard. Over there, you have to remember everything. Because no examination will ever be a open book examination or online examination. They won't allow you to cheat in any way.
Writing, right?
Yeah.
Do they still writing?
Yeah.
Still?
Yeah. No calculators.
I like multiple
Written essays in the entrance exam used.
I completed my law from India. I studied 5 years. My final examination was, was 6 questions. We used to get 10 questions. The first question was compulsory, and out of the 9 questions, you have to do any 5. To finish that, to finish the paper, I had to write around 60 to 70 pages.
How many hours?
3 hours. 60 to 70 pages, 20 pages minimum per question. Hers, she did a bachelor in literature. These people had to go through an entire thick novel just to answer one question.
How you have to remember all the
All the events from now. It was shitty events.
too much.
Much useful for my real life.
That's why we never studied. We did 2 hours before the exam and
We only studied for 2 hours
and you don't get any gaps between examinations. So if you have your exam today, tomorrow will be a second exam, a day after third, fourth. By the end of the day, you feel like you should chop your hands off because you have been writing. And there are people who will write using multiple colored pens, and they would write more than what you have.
Really?
Yeah.
Somehow they have written the entire book down.
Somehow, even I haven't figured out how.
They write in the exam?
Yeah. They'll just keep asking for sheets.
They keep
Really?
asking for
Yeah.
sheets and sheets and sheets. You can really.
They are the book.
Yeah. And India has the worst laws ever because the laws they are so complicated, they are so confusing that if you do not remember certain things,
Understood by a normal person.
you have to become crazy. You have to get slapped on your face multiple times
But
by
you
them.
graduate, right?
Yeah.
You are a survivor.
Because our constitution is,
It's a thick book. The Constitution is the thick book.
if you read that constitution, you'll go crazy.
Yeah, because somehow it mixes up
So
all
do you
the
mean you crazy?
I have.
Survivor. Yeah.
Over here, your constitution is divided in 2 parts, 10 pages and 15 pages. It's like a bloody menu. Over there, it's around 3,000 pages. We have how many languages do we have? We have 33 different languages. Everyone feels like, okay, you have to speak my language.
Hmm?
Yeah, everyone wants to, no one wants to learn one language. Everyone wants to, everyone expects you to speak their language. Somehow everyone expects you to speak their language.
When you represent them in the court.
No, not in court. If you're talking with them,
Oh.
they will get offended if you don't know their language. They will start fighting with you. How come you don't know my language?
But you speak the most common language.
There is no most
There is
common
no-
language in India.
No,
Because
there is the official language
official language is English.
and the next one.
Next one is not, it's a national language,
It's a national language,
but
not
the title
official,
has been
yeah.
taken away from it. So there's a dispute. Why, what national language do we have?
The most common, the most population. That's easy, but they don't want it.
No, because the population is divided by languages.
Yes.
So every province
Every
has,
state is divided by language.
and within that state you have different dialects. So if you travel in India, you will end up speaking 150 different languages.
You'll get different, you'll get to hear different accents from around you.
Yeah,
Everyone speaking in a different
different accent, and you will
different
feel like,
accent.
are they speaking the same language?
Mm.
Because so sometimes it's even confusing for us to understand it.
Huh?
Mm. But then you switch to English.
No,
No,
because not everyone knows
not
English.
everyone knows English.
Oh.
I mean, there are people who don't even know how to sign their name. They gave up on
They don't
studies
even
when,
have the government IDs.
Yeah.
Till date.
like, you know what kind of disputes we have? Someone will come to me and tell me that I have been declared dead by the government.
Really?
Yeah. And my land has been
Taken away.
Yeah.
by my family members.
Mm.
So I have to go make him appear in the court and make the court recognize him as the individual who has been, declared deceased for the past 10 years.
So
And the court will not do it easily.
now I know why the Bollywood is famous.
Bollywood is famous for bullshit.
Because too much drama in the
Yeah. But you should watch different, like,
Different
language movies. So we don't watch Bollywood. We don't watch the mainstream movies.
Mm.
We watch like if you watch Malayalam movies, you will see the storyline is really beautiful. The cinematography is really beautiful, and it's about small parts and parcels of life,
Mm.
rather than some hero fighting 10 people and blasting them off.
I know it's very like Superman something.
Yeah, everyone is a Superman. I don't know what they eat. I tried doing that. I ended up gaining weight.
Okay.
Tell me about Vietnam.
So when we were occupied by the French,
Yeah.
they divided the country into three parts, right? North, Central, and South. So we like the same language, but the tone different tone. The South is like America,
Okay.
and the English, the North is like British.
Okay.
The accent. They're more.
What about the central?
And then the center is like the center of America. You're like, oh, what is this? You cannot. When I visit the central of America, they talk to me and I open my eyes. They cannot understand anything, even English. Yeah,
Okay.
because of the accent.
Yeah.
It's too hard for. So that's how. But then when America comes, they signed an agreement to divide the country into the north and the south. So the central is divided into two.
So now half of the central is in south and half.
So that's, and after that, the north, just like the North Korea and the South Korea. The
So
south,
you guys have an internal conflict.
So the South, just like the South Korea right now, they get very well developed, blah blah blah, rich. Yeah. But the North is poor, but they always picture into the citizen mind that the South is in danger. You have to rescue them. They are in danger.
But you yourself are poor.
Huh?
You yourself are poor. How are you going to rescue them?
That's how they make the people believe that they are on mission to rescue.
Oh,
It's because in their mind, the French are so rough. They treat people like slaves, you know.
okay.
Yeah. So they always picture in their mind the North now, the liberation, but the South still in slavery. So they have to go all the way to rescue.
And there are people who are unemployed and they keep fighting with each other.
Mm.
I am from South, I will fight the North. Same thing is happening in India.
But you are like every single region is fighting, right? Every single here.
We have fight between Muslims and Hindus. We have fight between on the Punjab side. We have fight. They have their own fight with drugs. They have their own fight with their own people. They have their own
state. They want their own country.
They want everything of their own.
Because when the land is too big, then it's easy to get
Yeah.
divided.
It's
But
not
our
that.
land, Vietnam land is not too big, so it's like
Yours is bigger than rest of the
Yeah.
countries around you.
Hmm?
Yours is bigger than your neighbors.
yeah, but like for it's the shape is like Florida, USA.
Yeah.
So like so when the North go down, they fight. The way they fight is that they pretend to be poor people who need help.
They'll come up to your house and
They go to your house and they say, I need help. So the rich people like keep them stay in the house and give them job like that. But they pay money. They not like make them slavery, you know.
Okay.
They pay very well paid. But one day they decided to all of them fighting. And because they are in the home and then you don't have defense.
Yeah.
Right? Just like you are out nowhere.
So you should have made them
Satan-
slaves.
Huh?
It was better if you made them slaves. At least you would have. If they tried to attack you, you could have whipped
Yeah.
them.
Because the North people, they come down, they have the mentality of killing, but pretend to be.
Yeah, like terrorists. What about the influence of China?
Of course, we are still under their influence.
Because like I read somewhere that China still tries to like directly or indirectly tries to get involved in your politics.
Indirectly. One in 1975, we already like fighting and then get united, right? But in 4 years later, the North, the China invaded me.
Yeah.
They invade and they fail. If they success, we already just like Tibetan. No more Vietnam.
No, no worry, no problem. Come to India. We'll live together. Let them take everything.
But now under the pressure of the world, they don't do that anymore. But they want to influence economically, just like the US want to
Yeah.
influence them.
But do you still have sanctions from US?
Huh?
Like trade sanctions on Vietnam from US because of the war?
Yeah, everything gone, everything. No more influence from USA,
Okay.
only from China.
China is like even in India, China is trying to create a lot of disturbance.
They go everywhere.
Because
The media they have a lot of control over media.
not just media, even their internet. Like if you go to Chinese, like if you go to the Chinese internet, they are making fun of all the terrorist attack in India. The people who are getting killed.
even
Because one time in Vietnam, they are crazy because they realize the textbook of China put the Vietnam as in the map.
Yeah, they did. I read about that.
So we got crazy in math, you know. It's not true, but they teach that students.
No, I somehow feel like Chinese people feel like we are stupid.
Yeah.
They look down upon us. I don't know why.
Oh,
Like Chinese people, they are from their schooling and everything. They are taught to look down upon India, Vietnam, Cambodia, and all these countries.
of course, they because they write a book, right?
Yeah.
So they have the
No, because it feel like I have seen.
in the Chinese history, even when they one regime overturn the other regime, they burn everything. They
Yeah.
burn the book. They burn everything. They write the history again. So that's why they always do something like that. Their history book is not reliable because they always
It's a propaganda book.
they always speak what they want.
And you know what happened? They stopped all the English education that was going on in China
What?
and sent back all the teachers like who were teaching English and all the people who cannot speak Mandarin or Cantonese
Oh,
from China
you know.
speak their language, Chinese language. They are sending them back. So they have a lot of American traders over there. They have a lot of people teaching in their school, teaching English. They are sending them back
Mm.
because they don't want English education in their system.
Even the Facebook, right?
Yeah.
They invite them to come and then they try to copy
Yeah.
and now they kick out and then okay, I have my own social
Yeah.
media.
Cheeky ever been bugger दिया.
The same thing, yeah. They don't understand but they want
Yeah.
they learn after they learn okay go and they don't allow the citizen to search Facebook anything like
No, they don't. They have their own, but they will allow Chinese people to make TikTok videos.
yeah.
So the entire TikTok is filled with people trying to sell Chinese merchandise, Chinese things, and they are actually good. They're not bad.
But for me, my friend who are Chinese, they say in China, even the internet, they don't have access.
That's why people in Taiwan and
they go
Bangkok are going, like Hong Kong are going and spraying all the
yeah.
CCTV cameras that are there. Because that CCTV camera is something that identifies your
Right?
face. So since December 2021, people are fighting against Chinese government in Taiwan and in Hong Kong
Mm.
by spraying over the cameras and everything else. Even in Tibet, like they have they show to people like us that everything is peaceful, but they have ensured that the monastery and everything is under the control of the government.
Mm.
So if
There are
any
many refugees that
so if any Tibetan refugee tries to visit Lhasa to pray and like to visit it once before dying,
Mm.
they will identify them and they will capture them. Like we have met a lot of people who left Tibet during the occupation of China.
Yeah. They come to India.
Yeah,
Even they have they live like refugee, they got
yeah, they do.
paper,
But they're better. They're very good people. They're not bad people.
they're very friendly, nice, smiling. Because in their heart they already
Just,
generation to generation they are good people. They don't want to do harm anything. They are really
but if you visit India, you will see that we have like we have certain cities who look very similar to what Lhasa wall.
What?
Like old Lhasa, how it was. We have old cities, like 5,000 years old, 3,000 years old cities on top of the mountains that look very similar to Tibet. If you visit the monasteries,
Because these are close to the border.
yeah, this actually belongs to the same community.
Oh,
It just were divided by kingdom. So if you visit the monasteries, you will go crazy because like there's no direct sunlight.
how?
Sunlight,
Far away?
direct sunlight. So sunlight gets reflected
Oh,
depending on the time,
Depending on the time and the
season.
season, and also it will only reflect to the
From one point to on one statue
on one
at one point of time. And rest of it is all dark.
Yeah.
And it's all made with mud. More than 1500, 1600 years old.
Wow. Is it a famous tourist place?
It's not famous, but it's famous among Buddhists. Like we have people Buddhist people who travel throughout the country for pilgrimage and everything.
Mm.
They will
So they
start,
want to visit that
yeah.
place. What that place called?
speak
Tabo.
Tabo. But Tabo के अलावा ताजा में भी तो है ना. So the entire region is called Lahore Spiti.
Yeah. There's an entire region. It is divided among small villages. It's like
On the valleys.
on the valley.
And it's a like cold desert, like Gobi Desert. It's really cold.
Extremely
Oh.
cool.
Yeah, but no water.
It will snowfall during
How can
winter.
we get there? There's some people who specialize to bring tourists there to.
No, you can
You
drive.
can drive.
Oh,
Highest villages on the world we visited.
Highest motorable
Yeah,
roads.
highest motorable roads.
Oh.
This small road,
Small
big enough
roads,
to
yeah.
fit 2 cars, and you're driving under a ridge. You're driving under a mountain ridge.
is it scary?
No,
It's a bit scary, but it's fun.
yeah,
You went there already?
yeah. You should.
Wow.
We fell almost how many 6 to 5 times on that road, on that route.
You drive motorbike or
Yeah.
you drive car?
Motorbike.
Motorbike.
We don't like cars.
We don't like
Car is only for the winter that we are spending here. Are you a Buddhist? How did Buddhism reach Vietnam?
They go to China first,
Yeah.
and then part of the China they go down.
What kind of Buddhism do you follow?
What kind?
Yeah. There are 5 or 6 different kinds.
Mm.
There are 2 followed in Tibet. One of them is Tantric Buddhism,
Mm.
where through yoga and through prayer, they try to attain nirvana. Through like doing extreme things.
Mm. Oh,
That's one of the kind. I may be wrong, so don't quote me on that.
I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe I go because the influence of China.
Yeah.
Mm.
No, but you should visit. You should visit India. You will love it. We have a place where Lord Buddha attained nirvana. So that tree is still alive. People visit it every year.
That's where people want to visit the most.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both Gaya mein, na? And it's such a beautiful place. It's a place where Lord Buddha attained his nirvana.
Mm.
It's a place which had the oldest university in the world. And it's a place where after your parents die, you finish their final rites.
Uh,
Yeah. So see them off to heaven.
oh, I see.
And these are the roads.
Yeah, that's good. Doesn't look.
It's the lower side.
It's a lower side, but once you
But they have
start climbing,
Yeah. Once you start climbing.
Something to safeguard you.
Yeah, but nothing will save you from things that are falling from upside.
Rock.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's
Like-
naturally go down the
Yeah.
rock. Oh my. Then you have to wear thick something.
No, it won't save you.
How
All you
many
have to do
people
is
die?
wait. No, you won't. People don't die a lot. So what happens if a small piece of rock keeps constantly falling from an area? Police officers will uh, stop the traffic and send a team over there to check if there are any big rocks that are hanging. So what we used to, we had like a bottle of rum with us.
How many tourists coming?
In winter, there are not many, but in summer, it's filled.
it's filled.
So not avoid going over there in summer.
Don't go there.
So winter is no cover. Oh no. There's no.
No tourists, not a lot of
Not
tourists.
a lot of, not a big start.
Because temperature goes up to -35 over there.
But there's no.
No snow.
Just
A
cold.
little bit.
Just cold, yeah. Dry cold.
You'll find snow only at the top mountains, like heighted,
Yeah.
elevated places.
And if you're lucky, you'll get to eat yak meat.
What?
Yak. The big Tibetan cow.
Oh. Oh.
So they use its milk. They make cheese out of it. They use the meat.
But if we go there and there's nobody there.
No, there are people there.
There are people there. There is civilization there.
Okay.
Actually, what happens? People over there, they grow apples.
Yeah.
Apples and oranges.
They have their farms, like apple orchards.
And they get like really good price for their apple. It is said to be one of the most expensive apple in the entire country.
They have like similar like apricots, like similar like we
Yeah.
get here in Northern Ontario. Big apples, apricots. Yeah.
And these people, they work really hard. At least their women do. So if you go to the mountains, there are like the person who is working hard and earning money for the house is a woman, not the man.
The men where they go hunting.
No,
No.
they just sit
They'll
down.
follow the follow what women say.
What?
Yeah,
Yes.
Follow
Yes.
who?
Like
follow their wife.
Their wife.
Oh.
Whatever she says.
Oh, I mean
he'll
the
continue.
wife, the house.
Wife is the master of the house.
Master of house, yeah.
So they will go and sit somewhere, play cards, drink, smoke, and their wife will come and hold them by the ear and take them home.
Really?
What are you doing here? Let's.
Because they don't have authority, so they
They don't want to work.
They don't. Basically, men don't want to.
Yeah. You'll see women who are carrying like 60, 80 kgs on their back, working really hard. Men are just sitting like this.
There these like you have corner shops, small stores, and
Yeah.
with this they'll sell small BDs, cigarettes, and
Do you
all
guys have
having
like
a-
the leaf thing that they make out of tobacco?
Mm.
Do you guys
leaf
smoke
rolled
that in
cigarettes,
Vietnam?
tobacco?
Yeah, but not in cigarette.
not
but-
in cigarettes.
Yeah,
but
tradition. Yeah, we have that. People sell it in India. So these people, they will open a shop, but if they are not in the mood, if they feel like they just don't want to work, they will not sell you anything. They just ask you to take it from the next store.
Really?
Yeah,
Lazy like that?
yeah,
My God.
and
They
more,
don't get money.
Super relaxed.
Right? You don't make
and
money.
they are so lazy. They are so lazy. You know what they will do? If you want something from their store, if you ask them, ki, give me that box of cigarette, or you give me that bottle of cold drink, he will give you that's lying next to him and tell you to adjust because he doesn't want to get up and take that.
Ah.
If you want, you take it.
And how about paying money?
They will fight you if you don't pay.
Really?
Yeah, but they will not work for it.
Easy money, huh?
Yeah. And like women, they are expert in making hash.
You sell as souvenir.
No, hash as
No.
in
Hash.
marijuana. So,
Oh.
so they will grow their plants and they will wake up early in the morning and they'll rub the flowers.
Oh.
So the resin that comes out, it sells for a really good price, and these people are known for
But they don't sell to the local. They sell to
people like us. Local people, they don't buy.
They
Why
don't
would a
sell
local person buy from you?
I
He will
think
tell you that give it to me or I will go and start doing it myself.
He'll either exchange for something that he
Yeah.
has. Something. Or
He will give you rice or
rice or
something like that for
something
it,
like that.
but he will not give you money.
mm,
And like people from America, they came, like people from Amsterdam and USA, they came and they saw what these people are doing with marijuana and tested the quality and everything. Took everything back from here, seeds and everything, and started growing it in US and in Amsterdam.
sell,
Yeah, because it's legal over there, right?
but it have to be illegal if they go by the airplane.
But you
They
can
can get
take
caught.
seeds, right? You can always transport seeds.
Huh?
You don't have to take the stuff, you can always take the plants.
Just the small seeds. You need stability.
Mm.
How we got coffee and tea, right? Someone took a plant and
Someone took seeds on his in his beard and then he.
yeah. Because taking coffee plant wasn't legal. Taking coffee wasn't legal. So people would put seeds in their beard because they were Muslims. They would put seeds in their beard and transport it to places where they could grow coffee. Same thing people did with these people. So what actually happened? What these people have is one of the greatest strains of marijuana, a product that has been there since past 1500 years, which is being processed the same way. People took it to Amsterdam and to USA and they started selling the same thing legally, growing it and processing and selling it legally and making a ton of money on the quality. Whereas these people are not getting anything
Mm.
because they cannot go to the government and say that these people have taken the strain from us because government will say that it is already illegal. How can you claim something on it?
Mm. Always the businessmen, they always find ways to make
Yeah.
when they say, oh, this is the best, and they put the price go up.
So if you roll a tobacco maker style tobacco cigarette, people will not pay you anything. But moment you take the same tobacco to Cuba and have a woman roll it into a cigar, they'll pay you $100.
Mm.
That's how stupid these people are. Because they think that smoking a big tobacco cigar from Cuba is better than smoking the same tobacco from Vietnam and from India. Because apparently Vietnam, China, India, Philippines, and Indonesia, they grow the most tobacco in the world. Like your tobacco is famous, but it is mostly processed as Dutch tobacco.
Mm. The most important is the customer.
Customer are white people.
White people, they have connection, so they talk, oh, this is the best, something, so they sell good price.
Yeah. But the person who is growing, he will not get anything.
Yeah,
He will be happy that okay, you're paying me 1,000 dong, thank you. But the middleman will take more than
but because they have the connection.
yeah. Not just
Because
connection because the person who is growing thing, he's not educated. If he was educated, no one would cheat him. Right.
Oh, but for him, no way he can bring that thing to the high-end customer.
Why can't he do that? If you are educated, you can talk to people who are already doing it.
Mm.
You can tell them that I have this quality. For that, you have to know like how things function, right? Like I cannot go to a random person and ask him to file my taxes. Here you go, please take my money and file my taxes. I have to come to a person like you.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I cannot claim that I won't be filing taxes because I don't know what taxes are.
It's different. Because you have to travel all the way to the bed, the place, and have the
Yeah.
bed thing, then bring it back and roll it. Cost money.
It does.
You invest money.
Tell me about your food. What kind of food do you like? I know what Vietnamese restaurants offer, but what do you cook at home?
So I cook. I can cook that food too, but because in order for you to have that big, you have to put so many ingredients.
Yeah.
And then if you eat for all yourself, it's not worth it.
It will be 100 years, right? For one person to cook it for one person.
That's why we just go, okay, let's go to the restaurant.
No, but like I was curious, like you guys must have different home cook. Like there must be a distinction between home cooked food and this, right? You guys must be cooking something different at home.
Home is just like rice and then fish or pork or something. Our taste is similar to Chinese. So
It is better than Chinese.
Yes, similar, but because we avoid the oil, we avoid
Yeah.
the
It is much more fresher.
That's the thing. But because for the Chinese, they don't use fish sauce. They use only soy sauce.
Yeah, they do.
So the taste is not like us.
But fish sauce has a very bad name, whereas it does not. So the fish sauce that you guys use, it's not as strong as what.
In India,
No, not in India. Indian people will never eat that kind of thing.
Because they will eat. There are people that eat.
नहीं फिश सॉस नहीं पसंद करते हैं
North East.
नॉर्थ ईस्ट में भी नहीं पसंद करते हैं बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग फ्लेवर है अपने लिए वो लोग फिर वो सूखी खाते थे सूखी तो फिर ये लोग को भी नहीं अच्छा लगेगा ऐसी चीजें Do you guys eat like dried sardines?
Sorry?
Yeah.
But dried.
We don't eat sardine because sardine too many bones, right?
What about the dried version? Dried.
Dry.
So drying the fish and then
We eat the anchovy.
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 Anchovy is not. When it's dry, the bone is cracked.
Because in India, what they do,
For the sardine, too many bones. So usually we like put in a stew, like very high pressure.
but you don't eat the entire thing.
When you put in the cook that have high pressure cooker, then you eat the whole thing, including the bone, because the bone now is very
Soft. What people do in India, they will take the sardine, they'll apply like a tamarind and lemon based spicy paste to it, and they'll fry it till it is like extremely crispy. And mix it with rice and eat it.
Sometimes we eat that too. We deep fry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every fish that we want to eat, we can deep fry.
What about
Not only sardine.
black pearl? Do you have any fish like that?
I don't
It's a flat fish, but it's like black in color. Usually you will find it after monsoon, like after the water comes back.
It look like snake.
No, not snake. Look like pomfret.
I don't think.
Okay. Because your food is really like good.
How many dishes you eat in the restaurant? I mean, you eat bami.
Bami. But we went to a place which sold like all the preserved meat, Vietnamese sauces and all these stuff. Pate. Yeah, we ate pate and
So you come from the part of Indian that eat meat?
No,
Because some of them.
our families they don't eat meat.
Our families should do. Only we are the ones that came out of our way and ate meat because at home we are not allowed to eat.
We are not allowed to eat meat, cook meat, or even touch it.
When you come here, you eat.
Yeah.
Same with my friend. Yeah, that's one thing she told me too. It's more like family influence.
So in my family, my grandmother and my father, like on my father's side, they don't eat garlic and onion.
We eat garlic, it's good, but onion,
They don't take it. Like these people, they will not eat it.
no, nothing.
No,
But you guys famous for a lot of food. Yeah.
not us, not us. Extreme. So come, like, allow me someday. I'll feed you some Indian food. You'll see. So
Yeah.
the spices that you see in all those crazy red colored
don't-
gravies and all that,
You don't
it's not real Indian food.
It's real Indian food.
Yes.
No,
It's mixed.
it's not even mixed. It's something that
It's
people
like
in Punjab
something
eat.
pre-prepared that you only
Yeah.
have to, dump it and heat it up and eat it. It's not something.
So if I were to cook you a proper Indian meal, it would be rice, lentils, vegetables, leafy vegetables, glass of buttermilk, and something sweet. So you'll mix everything with rice and maybe like a pickle and
Some
um
crayons.
no, not fry, chutney.
Papad.
Chutney, अपने जैसा कुछ खाना था. So a spicy sauce like sriracha. So you take a little bit of everything, you keep eating, you taste the vegetables that have been stir fried with a little bit of spices, not a lot of spices.
Mm.
So you'll taste how when you stir fry vegetables for a long time, the outer layer becomes like really chewy and the inside it's like,
We do that too.
yeah,
But because I think the Vietnam is more famous with soup.
yeah.
Uh, rice noodle. We have many kinds. So if we go to
You also have, what is that? How is sticky rice?
sticky rice,
Yeah, but how does it become, what does it contain so that it becomes this
Like this moldy and
sticky?
sticky.
And why does it feel so good on in your mouth?
so the ingredient, the secret ingredient is the coconut oil.
Seriously? Because like if you buy like a sticky rice ball, like sticky rice with some chicken inside, you can actually taste a little bit of coconut and it's like it's really good.
Coconut.
And you guys make like really good preserved meat, like ham and salami and this
Mm.
and the sauce, Vietnamese sausage.
The sandwich.
Yeah. Not just the sandwich, but the meat that these people are selling there, it's really good.
Yes, because the
Like even your beef balls, like
meatballs.
yeah,
Because it's like we made it from beef, right?
yeah.
Then we mix in the mixer. But the secret is that you have to freeze it
Okay.
before you mix.
The meatball is so fluffy and
It's so
soft
fluffy,
to-
it's so soft.
soft to take a bite in. And I'm still rolling.
Yeah.
Beef meatball or you're talking about
Even the fish one.
yeah.
Somehow we feel like everything that we have eaten for the past
Moment
few
we
months.
came in Toronto, I landed in Toronto. We went to all the downtown shops.
We did not go to one single Indian restaurant. We went to all the Chinese, Jamaican, Vietnamese.
Whichever you could find that is.
Hmm.
And try something for the first time.
Yeah.
For the first time, we ate like frog legs.
Yes.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You never eat in your country?
No.
We do eat it, but
We
like
do eat it, but
Oh,
like
family.
the southern part
even
of India.
snails, you will find it like
Yeah.
people cook it at home.
How
Escargot,
about seafood?
everything in
Every
seafood.
claim.
Everything in seafood, like all those seafood that are banned as well, you will find it in India.
Yeah, but you eat. Your family eats.
No.
No.
No family, no no non-veg at home. But
Outside, everyone will.
outside. So
We,
if you don't, until and unless you don't tell your family that you're eating non-veg,
Yeah.
you're fine.
But they cook in the restaurant.
Yeah,
Seafood, everything. Only the
Because it's
You have to
multicultural.
learn.
There are other cultures that.
If you go to the southern part of India, you will feel like you are in Vietnam
Yeah.
because it's all sea and even the vegetarian. You know how they give you vegetarian food in the southern part. They will take out the meat pieces from the curry and give you the curry. This is vegetarian.
Because they don't have like
They don't have. They don't
have
know.
the concept of vegetarian in southern part of.
Yeah, because it's all coast.
Most of them are meat eaters and fish.
They love pork over there. If you come to our side, if you tell them that you like pork, Muslim will tell you that you are infidels, and Hindus will tell you that why are you eating meat. But if you go to the southern part, anything that can walk and anything that cannot, anything that is not a pet animal will be eaten by these people.
Ah, that's why it's so complicated.
It is complicated.
It is not complicated. It's best
Like,
you go with them, you drink with them, you eat their food.
Not easy for you guys to like marry with a different.
Yeah,
religion.
that's another
Even
bullshit.
that is also one thing.
That's the reason.
Among your own reason.
Yeah, caste. There is caste conflicts. If he is in another caste and I'm from another caste, it's hard for me to get married.
We may be from the same religion, but if we don't pray to the same God, then again a conflict.
But when you meet them, how can you know their caste?
By their name.
By their name.
Huh?
Their surnames. Yeah.
Oh, you look at the name, then you know.
Yeah. You look at the
Surname,
name.
their last name.
Not
By
only
the last
not
name
only
or
that,
their-
you look at the name and you look at them.
Mm.
So if you were Lisa Patel, you would be from her caste. But if you were Lisa Acharya or if you were Lisa anything that has a Brahmanical surname, you would be from my caste. But you cannot be from both. Because her caste is lower than my caste. Because I'm a priest.
Mm.
So all I have to do is pray to God and tell people that you're from a lower caste. Don't touch me. Hers is people who own land, landlords. So hers will be the caste that tells people that don't touch me, I'm your landlord. Just give me tax. That's how the system was made up, basically.
Yeah.
But it's
So they just
redundant.
go with the last name,
Yeah.
nothing else.
Nothing else.
When you hear.
But if the first name is different from a Hindu name,
Yeah. Then
then again you have to decide whether this person is from your religion or not.
because he or she can be Christian too.
Muslim, Christian, Buddhist,
And
atheist. There are few different forms of atheism in India, which is officially recognized. Like we have religion which are based on atheism. So say they will say that we don't have a god, but they have a religion, a practice of their own. I don't know how that is possible. Then again, you have communist.
yeah,
The communist part of India is something which is way different than all the communists in the world. Because
like their world is really different
yeah,
from the world around us. It's really
so you will have the first name like Lenin, Marx.
yes.
Yeah?
Exactly.
Yeah, you are walking
Exactly.
into a village and they will introduce you. Hi, I am Lenin Punjappan.
Yeah. Even our one of the
Prime Minister.
chief minister, not prime.
Chief Minister.
His name is
Lenin.
Lenin. Yeah.
You have Stalin, you
They love
have Lenin.
Lenin much, so they put the name.
Yeah,
They love
you
Lenin, Stalin.
his brother is Stalin.
They're very much fond of their ideologies.
Mm.
Go to the eastern part and the southern part of India. People over there from their childhood, they are taught to become a communist. So they will address their friends as comrades and they will recite the communist ideology manifesto as a prayer.
And whenever they'll meet, they'll greet by Lal Salam.
Lal Salam, red salute.
Red salute.
Mm. Too complicated.
It is.
How many population? 2 billion already?
Yeah.
We have lost our senses. We haven't.
We have lost our senses
We haven't calculated our population.
after we crossed China.
Now you already gone.
Yeah, after we have crossed China, we were like, okay, we are too many.
After 2011, there has been no census
census.
conducted.
And every
Nobody
second
knows
there
what's
is a boy, every second there's a baby getting born in India. Every second.
Mm. So, I mean, the land still have enough space?
No,
No, it's we have
Very
a lot of
condensed.
landslides. We have a lot of river conflicts,
yeah, water conflict.
water conflicts.
Because there are too many people involved. Like, it's not like everyone is like the population is spread out like China has. But it's like certain parts has more dense than rest of the parts.
Mm.
So the rest of the parts they will not get any like proper electricity, proper water, but they have to they
Borrow.
people
They buy electricity from somewhere else.
yeah. So I spent my childhood
They
with my
either steal.
yeah.
Steal?
Yeah. All I have to
Even
do is
stealing
like
electricity is the major
crime in India. One of the major crimes
one of
in
the
India.
major. There
Yeah.
is constantly electricity are stolen from here, this house to
Labor?
another house.
Yeah. So if you're going if you're visiting like going on a vacation for a few days, you come back and you see your electricity bill
Yeah.
like few $1,000s. And you're like, how did this happen? Your neighbor must probably be stealing from your meter. So what these people will do, they'll take a wire, tie it around a stone, and throw it over the electricity line on the positive terminal of the main electricity line. And they will connect that wire directly to their home.
I think it never happened in Vietnam. Even the electricity meter is outside. And they don't bother to touch.
Ours people will like if you're living in a village where you have a little crazy people, they'll even steal your slippers, your electricity meter, your mail, everything. You cannot keep anything outside. People usually have a lock on the electricity meter in India. Like if the person from the department, if he wants to check the meter, he has to ask your permission.
Oh, crazy, crazy. You guys should like escape and go to another place.
But if you visit that country, you will see that you will find a place of your own.
Hmm?
Easily. You will enjoy the drama, you will enjoy the constant attention. People, a random person will stop you and ask you questions. Yeah. And then you will end up like, drinking tea with a lot of people and discussing politics without having any knowledge about it.
Even if you read or
Just
don't
a
read
few
newspaper,
times.
it doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
Then you will start forwarding.
This one they ask you when this you guys live together.
Okay.
In India.
In India?
It since the beginning.
From 2021, no?
22,
22, yes.
22, 23. Yeah.
24. Yeah.
No, I mean the day and the month.
I have.
They just ask because the form to apply for the credit.
I'll show you. Get first hair.
January.
January 1st. Simple.
January 1st.
January 1st. नहीं January, yeah, January 1st.
नहीं, January 1st भी नहीं.
Okay, start.
ठीक है, I'll show you.
January.
अरे जनवरी में ही था लेकिन जनवरी फर्स्ट वीक
First week, right?
हाँ 7th 8th जैसा है.
It's like on the top and this side bottom. Okay, I can get that. Then- How do you feel about it so far?
We love it, but we also hate it. Well, we have had a lot of racist experiences over there.
Yeah? Crazy? Yeah.
Yeah.
Where?
All around. Like I was in North Bay, right?
We were in North Bay, no?
So,
Oh, no.
yeah.
It's very depressing.
It's
a
when
town of
outside of big area, big city, and white people live.
North Bay is filled up with junkies. All the
That's a good
drug
thing.
addicts from the earth are taken away from there.
Yeah.
There are n number of shelters, and number
There
of
are like 4 safe, safe injecting sites in North Bay. And North Bay is as big as your area, like your area code. It is as big as North Bay, and there are 4 safe injection sites, drug administration sites.
In downtown, there's a lot because
From downtown Toronto, they send it
they send it to
North Bay.
because the same you see in downtown, the similar population is over there.
Yeah.
Similar population.
And people over
more
there,
than that.
they are
A
very.
little bit more than that because most of them are traveled back to Northern. They shifted to Northern.
Yeah. And we were paying the same rent that we are paying over here.
There is no difference in economy.
Yeah.
But when did you move back here?
September.
Last
Yeah. So from September to like from June, no? From June to September, we were employed in a place called Bala.
Mhm.
It's in Northern Ontario near Muskoka Lakes. Even over there, I don't know why, but people they shout like while we were working. We had a manager who kept shouting at us and telling us that we were basically cooks.
You are cook.
Yeah, at that time we were cooking, but we did everything from prep, washing dishes, doing inventory, cooking, and while both of us we were working, we find it easy that we communicate in our language because we have been doing that since a very long time.
They don't like it.
They
They
shout.
think we are talking
bad about them.
Yeah. Somehow we were always discussing about what would make this dish better or what can we have for because while we were working in the kitchen we were always hungry. Like what do you feel like eating after this?
Yeah.
Because if you're constantly frying something, somehow it triggers your brains to get hungry.
Because the smell of the fryer and the
Yeah.
especially the
You're also education consultant.
Hmm?
You're also education consultant.
No.
What?
Mm. I already submitted 2030, 23.
Okay.
But 24, because of her, we just hold it until this one. When they mail,
Yeah.
then I receive the mail, then you come back to do the 27.
Okay. So hers is clear.
Mhm.
Hers is pending, right?
Yeah, and
What is it that you're sending to them?
you can open
Okay.
the application for credit.
तेरा अभी नहीं होगा एक स्टेप 1 year social insurance number social insurance number date of birth ठीक है same address okay हाँ मतलब this is for her common law status right that's it do you also do immigration consulting
What I lots of food.
yeah
I do it, but like not.
so can she get spousal sponsorship based on the fact that we are a common law couple
Because you guys not that doesn't have PR status.
okay but people who are getting like spousal like not spousal sponsorship like spousal visa dependent visa based on the fact that they were married or they were in a common law couple. Like if I was a student, I could bring a common law wife over here on a work permit. Can she get that?
No, but right now they don't.
But I came here in September.
Right now you come here and then you sponsor somebody like your wife or your children, no more.
Okay.
If they come, their status is visitor.
Okay.
They are not allowed to have work permit.
Okay.
Only when you study master or doctor.
Okay.
That's the law. We don't know if the new prime minister is gonna change it or not.
Oh, you already got a new prime minister, right? Congratulations. Mark Carney.
Yeah.
Is he good?
We don't know, but he's major in finance. So you
This-
should,
But
you should know.
Mark Carney, like people told, like there were people saying that Mark Carney is the reason that Canada is failing against USA. That Mark Carney started opening companies and he has investors from USA. He wanted to open companies in Canada, but he took that business to US or something.
No, it's just like rumor.
Okay.
I don't believe.
I did not like the like Polyev.
Hmm?
I did not like Pierre Polyev.
Oh,
The
the other guy.
Yeah.
Liberal. Liberal.
Like,
Is right.
conservative.
conservative. Because somehow he felt like he was a redneck.
Hmm?
Like white supremacist.
They are very racist.
Yeah.
I don't
See? Even you feel like
know. When they are like the government,
yeah.
no visitor, no student.
Huh? Seriously? When was this?
Before, when they are the government conservative,
Yeah.
even in Vietnam, we try to go like student study here.
Yeah.
Always. Even
Crazy.
you have a lot of money, you want to study, you got the admission.
But they're not allowed.
Always say no,
You'll not come back.
because they don't allow. That's why they don't give visa.
But what about the refugees at that time?
Refugee, when they accept refugee is when the North invade the South.
No, like over here. So um how was it for refugee when there were conservatives in government?
They said they don't like any immigrants policy. They just want to keep themselves the way they are.
Yeah. Because like right now the problem is that you have as many refugee as many students you have. So we are bringing in more money and you're spending more money on this. Like anyone can come to Canada and claim to become a
They
refugee.
claim, but when they go to court, the court will say, okay, you're not going to.
But it takes time, like around 5 years, right? So within that 5 years, you are already have a work permit, grants from the government.
The grant is not like all the time, you know. Like it's only a few months. After that, you have to go to work.
We have two people from Africa in our house. Both of them are over here on a refugee permit. Both of them are living by like, getting all the food from food bank and the church and everything. And one of them has already within like it's been 3 years since he's in Canada. He's already made like few petrol pumps in Nigeria.
What?
Yeah. Whatever money he's earning over here, he's sending back home.
So they
So how is he a refugee? How is
Yeah,
he in fear for political persecution? He's sending money back home and like giving it to his family.
and
How
then
is
they make a bomb.
what?
What they create? They build a house or what?
No, they made
Gas station.
gas station.
Oh,
I just feel bad that I am paying a lot of money over here and someone else is getting all the benefit.
Oh. Because they want to.
Like if he applies for education um, benefits, he would get around $50,000 from the government.
What kind of money?
Not benefit, but like if he tells them that I want to study, like I want to get educated or something. Like we met a person who told us that if we apply for refugee status, that person would help us get all the grants that government has for refugees, including education. He will only charge us 10% for whatever money that we are getting from the government.
That money is like they paid for tuition.
Yeah.
And then they give you as a loan.
But it's an interest-free loan, right?
But later on, you have to have that balance. You have to pay for the rest of your life.
By the time that education loan comes up, I either get my refugee status granted or denied. If it gets denied, I'm already used up the government's money and I have to go back home now. So I've enjoyed my vacation over here.
That's like when the government wants to do it for the humanitarian purpose.
Do it for me. I am also a human being.
But people abuse that system.
Yeah, they do.
Like we want to do it for you to take advantage. We want to do it for your because you say you are threatened, you are gonna be killed in the country, something. Then you make the whole thing up to reduce the money.
Yeah.
And then that's something we cannot avoid. If the bad people they do it.
But you know what is happening? You know what is happening? You have people coming in from India claiming refuge over here who have already been branded terrorist over there.
When?
In India. They're already on a red notice. They already have a red notice on their head and they're already involved. There is already evidence that says that these people are involved in क्या बोलते हैं उसको? Terrorism activities.
Terrorism?
Yeah, activities against human life and public policy. And they are coming over here, blasting a few bombs over there. They're coming over here and claiming refugee. Like Khalistanis, they are basically like most of them are terrorists. If you check their background, criminal background in India, they would be in like murder, like rioting and all those charges.
When they come here, they apply. We don't know. But when the court service, they have to investigate.
But their investigation will lead to a dead end because over there it is so complex. It is so complex that if someone pays me $100, I could give them a clear police report that nothing has no police complaint has been filed against him. But if they actually
maybe that's the main reason why.
Yeah, it is.
Mr. Trump want to punish Canada for very easy immigration policy.
But their country was the first country to lay down what immigration was.
Hmm?
America was the first country to bring in all the immigrants, not Canada.
Technically,
Yeah. Like half of the America is settled by
Biden government, not Trump.
Biden. He is
Biden
angry with
is
Biden's
the-
government because people from Southern America who are already involved in gangs, they are seeking refuge in America. And like if you go visit certain areas in California and in Mexico City and all those places, you will see that entire apartments have been taken up by these gangs of refugees who are dealing drugs and doing all illegal things. And
also the Biden and Canada are same. So that's why the Trump he wants to get rid of those people.
the first people that he should get rid of is Khalistan.
Hmm?
Because if they, no, I'm serious, if they come, they are radicalists. So if they come into power, they will try to convert you, me, and her into their religion.
Oh.
Khalistan.
What-
Anytime
what-
you see a flag, yellow flag with like bearded and turban people,
Mm.
and the flag says Khalistan, it means that they are radicals. They think that anyone other than them, other than their own, is an infidel, just like Muslims.
Oh, that's too complicated. So
Yeah,
it's a dead end. We cannot control always.
true. But we end up getting scared because of that. Because they won't come and do anything against you. Because they
We have to mail these documents or that's
just this one. What about the one that you're sending?
I sent you a like a scan one, so you know what we sent.
Okay.
That one you put in there. I already put the stamp on.
I just have to put it in a mailbox. What is the next step after this?
Wait another 2 weeks.
Okay.
When I receive the mail, I'll tell you to come.
Okay.
So then we can.
Okay. So both of our 2024 is still pending.
Because couple it's spent together.
Okay.
So we have to.
Wait for them to approve our common law status and then we. But this but we won't get any fine or anything, right?
Penalties for late submission. There's no problem. A lot of people misunderstood because submit every family year, like every day you can submit.
Okay.
Yeah, because one of the accountants told me that you don't have any large state you can. That's the way they do it. If you owe money for the tax, starting tomorrow, they start interest.
Okay.
But if you don't owe, it means that you can file tax any time of the year. Because the government owe you, not you owe them. You understand? If you owe them, they'll start tomorrow, you don't pay today. You file late, then the late fee you apply, and then the interest apply on top.
How like at what earning do we start owing money to them?
Usually, if you like Uber like that, it means that you don't pay any tax. It means by the end of the year, you file, then you know how much tax you owe.
No, but what should be my earning?
So according to Canada, right, it's anything below 50,000 tax free,
Okay.
income tax free.
What should I do to get an income more than 15,000?
When you have a full-time job, automatically you wanna be.
What other businesses do you have?
Hmm?
What other businesses do you have?
For the insurance I pay,
Yeah. Okay.
you now still in school or you finish?
Like last semester.
Oh, because your study only 1 year. What? How many? 3 years?
Yeah.
So you're gonna have an open work permit?
Yeah.
Because in Canada, everything you want to do, you have to study for the license.
I'm currently eligible for a paralegal license after my exams.
So you wanna study paralegal or you already finished?
Finished, like last semester.
So that's why after you take the exam, then you register as a
Paralegal.
licensed paralegal. Then you can do representing people in court for claim, small claim like.
I'll give you my card for that. No,
That's the license for your paralegal.
yeah.
In the tax, there's no license, but you have to take the course, right? In finance, there are many licenses. If you want to do investment, like a bank, then you have to get the mutual fund license. If you want to sell insurance, you study for the insurance. So that's it.
Can you find an insurance for me, like cheap for the bike?
And you just send me your license and then the car VIN number.
Okay, do that.
So I use something.
Chala? How much do I owe you right now?
So now it's only 1026.
Yeah.
So it's $60.
$60. What is your what do I do?
So
Enter?
it's okay. Anything. Email address,
Anything that works with you.
my email or email telephone. How about you? You study too or no? You
Yeah,
just come with
I
me.
also study.
What man?
I took I also took admission in Nipissing first, in Northwest, Nipissing University, and then I came to Humber College here. So
What do you study in Humber College?
business management, global business management.
1 year?
2
2 years.
Total 2 years.
Yeah.
But he finished and you still have.
Yeah, I still have 2 semesters.
Because she came late, right?
Yeah, I came after.
We both took admission in Northway. After she came, we decided to like get out of Northway and come over here. Because at that place there's no job, nothing. We ended up spending more than what we actually had.
So for you, when you get your license, uh, I can get you. Do you know a lot of friends in your country who like they have a business?
No, but
Do you need to get the hours?
yeah, I need to get the hours. Like I need 240 hours by the end of this semester.
You find anywhere? You find a place for your hours?
No, not yet. I'm still looking. Do you know anyone?
I know, but let me ask.
Okay. Because like I'm more comfortable in a legal field than anywhere else. Even
Because you study too much and
yeah, not just to
too much.
Too much of people.
not just that, like
They ask you to have hours in
240 hours.
200
240, yeah.
in any law firm.
Any law firm and in the paralegal area of practice.
You have not searched for any. Have you searched for any?
I did, but like one of my professors failed me in the previous semester.
Hmm.
Because of that, I did not get the approval from the college to participate into this. So without that letter, no one else would take me. So
Now you
Yeah.
already have.
I'm just waiting for them to issue me a letter so that I can take that letter and ask people like, please take me in, please take me in.
Okay.
If you have
That's
anything
fine.
like that, because even she's looking for a co-op.
What co-op? The requirement of co-op that you need.
Mine is marketing.
So the school want you to have that.
Yeah, in the school interest.
So,
So
but
we are both in young.
But do they need you to get the employer to fill out any form to like officially take you as an internship?
No, I have to do it myself.
Yes, we have to do it ourselves
Yeah.
and show up the hours that we have. This many hours. And get a certificate and we employ that.
How the employer give you certificate?
Based on what I have logged down, all the hours that I've logged in.
Huh?
All the hours that I've logged
Hours.
with it, yeah.
That's only
Yeah.
only needs hours.
before becoming a paralegal, I'm already doing court representations. So like one of our roommates at home, one of our people who are living, one of the people who are living with us from Africa, he was behaving really rudely with us. So after calling police and everything, nothing worked because police over here is stupid. They won't involved in private matters until unless there is a physical violence or anything incriminating, directly incriminating involved. So both I made an application to the Justice of Peace and we have a hearing for a peace bond against that crime. This is usually done by the police. Justice of Peace will not approve this if a private person like you or me goes over there. But I persuaded her to do it because I did not have I convinced that I did not have any other place to go to. I don't know where else I should go. I told her like we have temples, but like God won't come and help me. It is only you whom I can pray. So I'm much more comfortable in that place. I'm just trying to find my way into it.
Okay. Yeah, this Saturday you free? Saturday. You going?
Yeah.
Yeah, just go to my insurance company.
Okay.
We have a meeting. And you may get to know. Maybe I can help you with the internship for marketing. Because our company is specialized in financial marketing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where is this place?
I take you the address.
Okay. How much was it?
$60.
60, right? I kept remembering 120. That's why. Up into the money.
It's the Dufferin and Flint.
Roughly, I think.
Yeah. Not too far from here. 15 minutes.
Okay. What time should we visit?
2 o'clock.
Will you be there? Okay.
Yeah. Before I have an internship who is from Mexico.
Yeah.
Mexico. And he already got his PR 3 years ago.
Oh, nice.
He also learned global marketing.
It's not a bad. It has a bad name, but the course is actually good. You just have to study hard.
Everything is when you have go to school, they make you study hard because I don't know. But in real life, sometimes you don't really use all the
Arguments, but even though it's
No, but it's just that you should know how it relates to,
Mm.
like how it relates to real life and everything. And
Mm.
all only thing the practical application is something which has to be decided by you.
Mm.
Like how you are a successful woman now operating your own business, right?
Mm.
Not all of them could do it.
It depends on you want to do it or not. Some people prefer to have a salary job for 9 o'clock, 5 o'clock. No, it's not me. Before doing my own practice, I work in a settlement worker,
Okay.
helping newcomers in association like newcomer welcome center. But I don't like it because I have to commit to that time, and sometimes I want to do something and I cannot,
It's tasking, right? It really is.
And in terms of income, this one still can generate the same income. Why you don't want to enjoy your freedom?
True.
Sometimes last year I go Vietnam for 6 months. Still I can work.
Yeah, even I want something like this.
we want something.
We don't want to work day and night.
Even you were out there, you still can sell the thing because now they contract you over.
Yeah. That's how we
Yeah.
met you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
See you on Saturday. Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
And like my The next time we come and visit you in this place, will we be receiving any check or any package?
Check the letter.
So do they give out an installment or one single payment?
For the first time.
Yeah.
If you, because the tax return is one check,
Okay.
but for the credit, it's monthly.
Oh. Hi.
I know.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Bye. You have to open both. Okay.
Bye.
Bye bye. Take care. Bye bye. You want to give them? Take some of that. Bye. I'll say something else. Don't move. Okay.